didn't want to play DbD today, so I decided that we could do something a little different because I've mentioned in previous streams and stuff that I struggle a bit with talking and I'm not very good at it. So I thought we could do a stream where I just talk, and I thought the easiest way to do that was to read some scary stories or whatever. So that's what we're gonna do. Alright, so I just have like r/ghost stories and r/scary stories and stuff pulled up, and I have a nice cup of tea, and I am wearing a comfy sweater, and we're just gonna get comfy and read some stories. Alright, so this one is called What Did I Encounter on My Family's Land? This is my experience, cross-posted from r/paranormal. I wouldn't consider myself a very spiritual person, but I have no explanation for what I encountered on my family's property. I was hoping someone had an answer as to whether or not this was some kind of spirit or entity. My family has around 360 acres in Oklahoma that has been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm about the only person that goes there, and I went there regularly to train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year, and I had an experience that shook me so badly that I haven't spoken about it until recently, and I will never go back there alone. I arrived around 2 p.m. and set up my targets. Something felt off. I used an electronic headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for the area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things get stranger. Odd smells, like a dirty litter box plus body odor, started coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were intentionally avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then, I started hearing interference coming over my headset, and what sounded like disembodied voices speaking in an indiscernible language. Now, I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things, and I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling screams coming from the woods. Around that time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my position. I've been an avid hunter since childhood and familiar with noises of the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps were indicative of a large, bipedal creature, oddly human-like. I pull my phone out to take video, and I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Standing behind a tree at the edge of the tree line was a tall, black silhouette with spindly limbs and a pale face, looking directly at me. I managed to capture a great still image of it from the video that I will try and find and attach. I quickly grabbed my range bag and made a run towards my truck. I get about 50 yards from the truck, and the light post on our property that is hooked up to county power and has never turned off in the 20 years I've been going here suddenly cuts off. Now, I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in while I hit the unlock button on my fob to turn the lights. I get in my truck, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. Spooky. Alright, this one is called Do Not Go to Rock Island, Wisconsin. Rock Island is a state park located at the tip of Door County, Wisconsin on Lake Michigan. It's a difficult place to get to. To get to the island, you have to take a car ferry from Ellison Bay to Washington Island, drive across Washington Island to Jackson Harbor, and take a pedestrian-only ferry to Rock Island. No vehicles or bikes are allowed on Rock Island. Even though the island is relatively small at about 975 acres, it has had an interesting history. In the early 1600s, it was inhabited by a tribe of Potawatomi Native Americans, as well as a small fishing village of European settlers. The two groups did not trust each other and did have a few bad encounters that almost led to violence, but for the most part they lived peacefully together on the island. By the 1640s, the Potawatomi had migrated to other parts of Wisconsin. Shortly after the Potawatomi had left the island, some settlers from the fishing village reported seeing a new group of people on the island. They seemed more like white settlers, but they wore strange clothes and kept to themselves. No one from the fishing village was ever able to talk to one of these new settlers, or even find where they were living. It was around this time that strange things started to happen in the village. Several animals, it's not mentioned what they were, maybe it was pigs or chickens kept by the settlers, were found slaughtered in the village and seemed to have been used to make markings in blood on some of the buildings in the village. On a different night, a building used for preserving meat burned down. The villagers felt that these things must have been done by these new people on the island, and they intended to find them. But after a thorough search of the island, including the wooded inland area, they never found a single person. These strange occurrences seemed to stop soon after the search, and none of the other settlers were ever seen again. In 1836, the Potawatomi Lighthouse was built on the northern part of the island. After construction was finished, the lighthouse was inspected, and it was reported back that the material of which the lighthouse and dwelling are made of the best quality, and that the work is done in a substantive and workmanlike manner. David E. Corbin was appointed as the first keeper of the light on December 19, 1837. Only 3 years later, in 1840, despite the apparent quality of construction of the lighthouse, David Corbin started to complain that plaster started to fall off the building, and some sort of liquid would ooze through cracks, leaving the house constantly damp. Corbin was completely alone most of the time at the lighthouse, and some have said when visiting him that he would stare at a certain wall and sometimes spoke vaguely of other visitors. In 1845, after about 8 years of relative solitude at the lighthouse, an inspector visited the lighthouse keeper and determined that while Corbin was fulfilling his duties, he was acting strange. The official report says that the inspector ordered Corbin to take a 25-day leave of absence to find a wife to live with him at the lighthouse. However, some think that the inspector was startled by Corbin's mental state caused by years of solitude and thought it would be best that he spent some time away from the island. In 1852, Corbin reportedly fell ill and died that December in the lighthouse. He was buried in a small cemetery just south of the lighthouse. The next lighthouse keeper also reported the surprisingly quick deterioration of the lighthouse. Some friends that had visited the new keeper say that he would talk of seeing strange things in the house at night, but he wouldn't elaborate on what he had seen. In 1858, after only 22 years of service, the original lighthouse was torn down and a new one was built. From that point on, the lighthouse keepers were required to have an assistant keeper or a family with them at the lighthouse. No strange occurrences were further reported in the lighthouse logbooks outside of strong storms and occasional shipwrecks, except on January 20th, 1876. The keeper at the time, named Betts, reported that he saw two men attempting to row to the mainland from Washington Island. He wrote a terrible storm came up shortly after their departure, and they never made it to their destination. Over 3 months later, on May 3rd, 1876, Betts wrote, "The two men who were lost last January have been seen several times, once from Caney Lighthouse and once from Jacksonport. The men were apparently frozen stiff and sitting upright in the boat among a mass of water. At last account, they were still adrift. There is not much hope that they will be found and buried." By 1900, most of the island's inhabitants left for better fishing areas on Lake Michigan. In 1910, a successful business owner and inventor, Chester Thordarson, purchased all of the island except for the land that the lighthouse occupied in the north. He used the island as a private summer retreat from his business in Chicago. Thordarson is responsible for the unique and mystifying buildings and structures that are still on the island today. On the south end of the island, he built a giant stone hall that has a boathouse on the lower level. A stone water tower was built in the east side of the island, and an imposing wooden gate was constructed on the west end of the island. The Great Hall was used to store Thordarson's immense book collection. He had over 11,000 books, and it's rumored that he possessed some very rare books on the occult in his collection. Thordarson died of heart failure on January 6, 1945, though some have speculated that he saw something that actually scared him to death. I couldn't find any writings from Thordarson, however, that mentioned him experiencing anything strange on the island. After his death, multiple churches and universities were interested in his book collection, but he had willed it to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, providing that they had to purchase it for $300,000, which they did. Some of this history is hard to find on the internet, but there are a couple binders in the Great Hall that have a lot of this documented. I have music going. It's silent, but I can turn it up a bit. It's like, it's meant to be more sort of atmospheric than like actual music, you know? Is that better? It's kind of just like spooky piano stuff. I turned it up a bit. And like, can you hear the little like crackling fire from the like video, or should I turn that up a bit too? I turn the video like all the way up. Can you hear it? I mean, I'm supposed to be a little quiet. I'm purposefully speaking kind of quiet. How's that? And like, I obviously more mean, are they fine and like relative to me, sort of? Like, I don't want to be up just a hair on the video. How's that? Okay, cool. So, the piano could go up some more. I think it's on like a quiet bit of the actual like song right now, so I'm just gonna leave that for now. Because I think either a song is ending or one's like just starting or whatever. Like I don't want it to be too loud, you know? It's just meant to be kind of there in the background. And like if you think I'm a little quiet too, you might just want to bump the actual sound up on, you know, whatever you're listening on. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to reading the thing. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of just the issue you run into with like instrumentals, you know? The instrumental itself is kind of quiet. I bumped it up a little bit more. I'm gonna go back to reading the thing now. Thordarson's personal papers are housed in the archive section of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin. All of this history I just gave you is to provide a little context for experience I've had, directly or indirectly, on Rock Island. In August of 2021, I took my first and last trip to Rock Island. After taking 2 ferry rides, I arrived on the island at about 2 p.m. I had booked the remote campsite E, which is a backpacking site that is a little over a mile from the dock. I took my time hiking out to the site to enjoy the scenery and took a couple breaks just due to how heavy my pack was. I was definitely packed more for camping than hiking. I got to my site, set up my tent, got everything situated, started gathering sticks and driftwood from the beach so I could start a fire. On my 3rd trip back from the beach, before I got to my site, I heard a single, high-pitched squeal noise coming from the forest. It didn't sound close, but it was such an unusual sound that I stopped in my tracks and waited for a good 30 seconds, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't, so I continued back to my site. When I got back, I began working on getting a fire started. The remote camping sites on Rock Island are pretty well spaced out. Sites C, D, and E are grouped together, and there's probably 100 yards between each site. There's not a real trail connecting the 3 sites directly, but enough people have walked along the ridge between the 3 sites that there's an obvious path. As I was setting some sticks up in my fire ring, something caught my eye and I looked up. Fairly far away, it looked like it might have been at site D or a little further, was a person running in my direction. My first thought was, well, that's odd, but like I said, it's not even really a trail they were on. Then my mind just went to there must be something wrong and this person needs help. They got a little closer and it looked like maybe it was a woman in loose gray clothes, maybe in a hoodie. It was still far enough away that I couldn't really make out any details. I quickly stood up from the crouching position I was in, and just as I did, I heard that high-pitched squeal noise again. It was behind me, and it was much closer this time. This startled me quite a bit, so I turned around to look behind me. I scanned the trees for a couple seconds, but didn't see or hear anything. I turned back around because I knew the running person must be getting close, but now they were gone. Again, I stood there and scanned the trees, but did not see them anywhere. I was so confused, I was kind of frozen for a few seconds. It was all very strange, but I was able to reason it out in my head that it was just a fellow camper from site C or D that was maybe running to the pit toilet that was a couple 100 yards west of the sites. I tried to forget about it, but but it was really just bothering me. I did not like whatever that squeal was, and I just felt strange. With some effort, I decided to let it go and started my fire. I had a quick meal and a couple adult beverages, then decided to take a little walk. I hadn't seen sites C or D yet, so I thought I would check those out, see if I did have some neighbors camping nearby. Site D was empty. I did see the path that led from that site to the main trail and pit toilet, so that made me feel a little less uneasy about the runner. I figured it was maybe someone from Site C that took a strange way to get to the main trail by going through Site D. It didn't make a ton of sense because I probably still should have seen them, but it made me feel better. I continued to Site C and saw there was a tent set up. I really didn't want to bother anyone, but I just thought I would go over with the excuse that I would introduce myself as a camping neighbor from Site E and see if anyone looked like they might have been the person running earlier. I came up on the site and there was a couple sitting at the picnic table. Neither of them looked like they would have been the person I saw running. I introduced myself and they introduced themselves. They were probably in their mid-30s. They were very nice and both seemed to be pretty drunk, but a quiet drunk. I didn't ask about the runner or the squealing noises because I thought it might be weird. I wished them a good night and walked back to my tent. When I got back, I had a cigar and a few more drinks. It got dark, and it started as a perfect night. The sky was clear, and I was just staring up and looking at millions of stars. I felt better about everything from earlier, and felt stupid about the whole thing, and decided to just get some sleep. It was a long day, so I fell asleep almost immediately. At around 2:30 a.m., I was woken up by a huge boom of thunder. It started pouring. The wind picked up, and the temperature dropped. I love camping in the rain, but I do not like camping in a lightning storm. A pretty big storm came through, and I was starting to worry. The wind was whipping at my tent, and the ground was shaking from the thunder and lightning. I did not feel good about being out there in a tent and felt very exposed. The storm lasted for about an hour before it became just a slight, steady drizzle. I was starting to fall back asleep when I heard another squeal noise again. I opened my eyes wide in the dark and just laid there, silent. There was another, louder squeal noise, and it was pretty close. I knew there are no real dangerous animals on Rock Island. There are deer and porcupines, but nothing like bear or wolves. Knowing that still didn't make me feel better, though. There was just something about that squeal that I didn't like. I say squeal because that's the best I can describe it. It sounded to me like a pig squeal. I honestly don't know that much about pig noises, but that's what I thought of when I heard it. An injured or angry pig squeal. I continued to lay in my tent and started to hear footsteps outside my tent. It was still raining, so the sounds were a little buried in the sound of rain, but it definitely sounded like a somewhat large animal or human walking around. I sat up in my tent and took a knife I had out just to feel better. In my head, I just kept saying, "You know it's just an animal, it's fine, there's nothing in these woods that can hurt you." I listened as the footsteps started moving away from my tent. I sat there, being still, holding my knife for maybe 10 minutes without hearing anything else. I started thinking to myself, it's fine, it was just an animal, you're being stupid, and you need to get some sleep. I was about to lay back down when there was a very loud squeal, and it was right outside my tent. It felt like my heart just stopped, and a shiver went down my spine. My heart was beating so hard, my entire body was pulsing, and I felt it in my ears. It took everything in me, but I forced out a "get out of here," not shouting, but as stern and mean sounding as I could at that moment. I didn't hear any more squeals or footsteps that night, but I also didn't sleep. I just sat there in my tent for maybe an hour before I laid down. Eventually, the rain stopped, and I kept laying there until the sun came up. Until all that time, reassuring myself that I was being stupid. It was just an animal. It was probably 7 a.m. before I decided I had to get out of my tent to relieve myself. As soon as I stepped outside my tent, I saw that my picnic table had been turned over and was upside down. When I saw this, I surprisingly calmly thought, okay, This is enough. I'm leaving the island today. I checked my surroundings and nothing else seemed out of place. I eventually reasoned with myself that the wind had blown the table over during the storm. It still seemed a little strange because the table was pretty heavy and I felt like I would have heard the table flipping over, but that might have made sense. I made some cold instant coffee, had a bite to eat, started to feel better about the whole thing, and decided to go for a hike. I admit, I get easily scared when I'm camping by myself in the woods. Maybe that's natural. After I had some coffee and food and the sun came out, I realized that nothing I heard her saw was really anything that couldn't be explained. Other than not getting a good night's sleep, I was having a pretty good time. The reason I came to the island in the first place was to hike the 7-mile Thordarson's Loop Trail that has a lot of interesting things to see, and I was excited to start the hike. I packed a few things in my backpack and started off. Fairly close to my site is the water tower. I have no idea how it originally worked or why it had to be a tower, but it's an impressive building with a fireplace that looked like someone had recently had a fire in it. A little further down the trail was a cemetery where 2 sisters and a few others are buried. It's believed there are still more buried here in unmarked graves. These likely are some of the settlers from the old fishing village. The island has 3 cemeteries. There's one by the beach, and that's where Chester Thordarson is buried. There's one in the eastern part of the island where the 2 sisters are buried, and there's one on the northern part of the island where the original lighthouse keeper, David E. Corbin, is buried. There is also at least one Potawatomi burial area on the island, but no one knows exactly where that is. I kept walking on the trail until I came to a nice scenic overlook with a bench where I sat down and drank some water. I started to hear some talking on the trail ahead of me, but I couldn't see anyone yet. There was a bend in the trail and the trees were thick, so I sat on the bench waiting for these people to come around the bend. The voices were coming closer, and I could tell they weren't speaking English, but I couldn't place what language it might have been. Both voices were very, very deep and guttural. Then, back deep in the woods, I hear a loud and quick ooh ooh. Immediately, both the voices I was listening to responded with their own. I kind of smiled because it sounded like these 2 heard whatever it was in the woods, and they were trying to be funny and mock it by responding. I got off the bench, put my backpack on, and started walking in the direction farther down the trail where the voices were coming from, but I never did find these people. The rest of the hike went very well. I visited the cemetery where David E. Corbin is buried. I took a self-guided tour of the Potawatomi Lighthouse. I passed the wooden gate that apparently used to be part of a larger structure. I walked by the Great Hall and dock area from where I arrived on the island, visited some of the other structures on the island, came across the cemetery where Chester Thordarson is buried, and then finished the loop by returning to my campsite. It was a very nice hike with a lot to see and wasn't especially difficult, but I was tired. I did walk down to campsite C to ask the couple I spoke to the night before how they did with the storm during the night that they had packed up and left. I was disappointed because I also really wanted to ask them about the squealing noises during the night. The rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. I built a fire, made some meals, had a cigar and some drinks. As soon as it got dark, I was ready for bed since I had so little sleep the night before. I got in my tent and quickly fell asleep. I might have been asleep for about 3 hours when I woke up suddenly and was immediately fully alert. Nothing that I was aware of caused me to wake up, but I felt something was wrong. I sat up in my tent, and this part is a little hard to explain. A feeling of complete dread washed over me. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before. It felt like there was something in the tent with me, and I could feel that it was angry, seething with anger, rageful even. I could feel its hatred for me. It felt like something very bad was about to happen, and I couldn't do anything about it. I started to shiver uncontrollably. There was a smell of garbage or rotten meat, and it got stronger and stronger to the point where I wanted to throw up, but couldn't because I was frozen. I had never felt so exposed and helpless. I stared forward at nothing, just frozen, and the weird thing is, I accepted whatever was about to happen to me. It was like my brain telling me that whatever is about to happen, even if it's death, will at least be relief. Then, I passed out. At least, I have to assume I passed out. That's all I remember until I woke up at about 8 a.m. that morning. When I woke up, I was laying outside of my sleeping bag, on top of it, and my legs were in an unnatural and uncomfortable position. I was on my back with my left leg straight out, and my right leg was bent so that my foot was up against my left knee. My heart started pounding, but I kept thinking to myself, it was a dream, I'm leaving right now. It was a dream, I'm leaving right now. I packed up everything very quickly and started back toward the dock to catch the first boat off the island. Since the first boat from Washington Island doesn't arrive until about 10:30 a.m., I had to kill a little time around the Great Holland dock area. I wanted to get off that island so bad, but I did feel a little better just being out of the woods and I could see other people. I sat down on a bench a little to the east of the dock and lit a cigar just to give me something to do while trying not to think about the night before. I was sitting a few minutes and scanning out over the water when I was startled by someone behind me saying hi. I jumped and was embarrassed when the person came around saying, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I saw you smoking and just came over to ask if you had a lighter. I felt like an idiot and told him that's fine. I just didn't sleep well last night and was kind of zoned out, and I handed him my lighter. He thanked me, lit a cigarette, then handed the lighter back to me. We started talking about the usual things you might talk about. He said he was from the Madison area. We talked about the storms we've been having. He seemed to be a real outdoorsy kind of guy and talked about his plans to move to Washington Island. It was a nice, normal conversation and kind of took my mind off the night I had just had for a little bit. He seemed like a pretty nice guy. Then naturally, he asked me what site I had been staying at. I told him I was staying at Site E the last 2 nights, and he said he usually books that site, but I must have reserved it before him. He said that he had booked Site D the last 2 nights. I was surprised by this because no tent or anything was at Site D, the 2 times I walked past the site. I told him this, and he said he comes to the island a few times a year and you have to book a site, but he actually camps at different areas on the island. I asked him where he camps, and he told me that most of the time he camps in the East Cemetery, but he also likes to camp in the woods south of the lighthouse. He told me that he hikes about halfway down the Fernwood Trail and just heads north into the woods where he finds a place to camp. He said that one time he found the ruins of a small log house in those woods, and he's going to try and find it again and camp inside of it. At this point, I started to change my mind about this guy and wanted to change the subject, but then he'd asked me if I heard the screeches in the woods. I took a second to reply and knew he was talking about the squealing I had heard. I told him I had and asked him if he knew what it was. This time, he took a second to reply, and I saw his face change. He looked as if he was thinking if he should tell me something, like a secret. With no expression at all on his face, he said matter-of-factly, "A demon lives on this island." Under any other circumstances, I would have laughed this off, but not after what I experienced the night before. He looked at me and must have seen the anxiety and fear that I was feeling. He surprised me by letting out a quick laugh. He asked me if I saw anything that night. I told him I haven't seen anything. He stared at me like he was trying to figure something out. I felt like he could tell I had experienced something. At this point, I was ready for the conversation to be over. Then he told me he had seen something in the cemetery that night. Now his face and mood kind of changed again, like he was trying to confide in me. I really did not want to ask the question, but I knew he wanted me to ask it. So I asked him what he saw in the cemetery, but my voice was shaky. Then I could tell he had changed his mind about telling me. He actually looked at me with empathy and told me that what he saw was hard to explain, but if I was afraid of the screeching noises, he didn't think I should go near the cemetery. I didn't say anything right away, but he said 4 words without any context. Keepers of the flame. I looked at my cigar, and the ash was long. I put it out and told him I was going to wait by the dock for the boat. He nodded and I started to walk away. After a few steps he said, "Hey," and I turned around to look at him. He said, "Don't come back here." I turned around and started walking again. I don't know if that was a warning or friendly suggestion, but I took it to heart. I was definitely not coming back to Rock Island. When I got home, I looked up Keepers of the Flame as it pertained to Rock Island. I found 3 things that he could have been referring to. The name of the Native Americans that lived on the island, the Potawatomi, could be translated to Keepers of the Flame. The lighthouse keepers of the island were sometimes referred to as the Keepers of the Flame. And there was also a 19th century cult that was said to visit the island from time to time that called themselves the Keepers of the Flame. I know that hundreds of people visit Rock Island every year and have a great time camping, hiking the trails, and exploring Chester Thorderson's buildings. My humble suggestion is this: do not go to Rock Island. Alright, this one is called Are you lamenting for your own cult? Technically, it's the cult of Nugget. You worship Nugget, so it's his cult. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I didn't look at your fucking panels. You haven't streamed since you set them up, my guy. I'm literally your only subscriber. Like, I'm trying to, like, you know, drink water and stuff, like, keep my vocal cords, like, lubricated and stuff, but it's really hard to find, like, good points to, like, take drinks. Anyway, this is called a cool investigation. I was called by a lady who swore that her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical, but very curious. According to the lady, her cat would suddenly start screaming at the top of its lungs. It would do this crazy looking slow motion walk while tilting its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it when it did these things, it would lash out at her with its claws. After having one of these spells, it would hide, but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly, and it would growl to itself for up to an hour. As strange as all of this sounded, I spoke to one of my team members who's very sensitive. After hearing the story, she insisted that we investigate. We arrived at the residence at around 4:30 p.m. The lady gave us a tour of the house and introduced us to the cat. It was a standard 3-2 ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, but very, very affectionate and really took to my fellow investigator. She spent a couple of hours alone with the cat while I got the paperwork and formalities done with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night as she had a date, then worked to the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift at the local hospital. She left for a date around 7:30 p.m. and we began our formal investigation. We moved to room, asking questions in hope of an EVP, or at least a knock in response to a question. We had no activity up until 11:30 p.m. The cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the doorway, my partner grabbed my shoulder, stopping me and motioning finger to lip for me to be quiet and listen. It was hard with the cat screams. They made my hair stand on end. As we watched and listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room. There was a whisper coming from the shadow that was not recorded by our DVRs, and we could not understand what it said. The cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight, so we witnessed the claims of the lady firsthand, and they were exactly as she had described. My partner spoke very calmly to the shadow, saying, "You're scaring the cat. I don't think you mean to, so if you leave this room and go into the bedroom across the hall, we will help you." We turned and entered the smaller bedroom and sat quietly on the bed, waiting to see what would happen. A few moments later, my partner grabbed my arm and pointed in a doorway into the spare bathroom shared by the two smaller bedrooms. I could see a clearly humanoid shape with no features, but it was blacker than the dark. This teammate and I had worked together many times and had a routine that we followed. I told the entity that everything was okay, and the cat's calm now, and we want to know how we can help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. At that point I heard through my DVR the word kitty. While recording, I always plug in an earpiece so I can hear what is being recorded in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched out its arm, pointing towards the master bedroom where the cat was. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and almost immediately heard a sigh and whimper. I asked again if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and stated that in order for us to help it, it needed to answer. My partner told me a minute later that it answered. She sensed that it indicated that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed this was the spirit of an adolescent male, and she thought that in life he had some type of developmental issue. While we spoke, the entity seemed to sway back and forth, but it did not go anywhere. It seemed that it was listening to our conversation. I once again spoke to it, saying that it had scared the cat, and if it wanted to pet it, it would have to make friends with it. I explained that if it would just sit still and speak to the cat, that it would learn that you don't want to hurt it. Eventually, the cat will come to you and let you pet it. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and sat calmly. No one spoke or even moved, including the spirit. A few moments later, the cat joined us on the bed. I spoke to it calmly, and my partner scratched its neck and head. As I looked back up from the cat at the spirit, I noticed that it was gone. We experienced nothing else that night and locked up the house and left. 2 days later, my teammate called me very excited. She had researched the property and found that a young man who had Down syndrome had died on the property when he had fallen out of a tree house. We gathered our evidence and met the lady the following day. I played her all of the recordings of us talking to the spirit so that she could understand what exactly had happened. When she heard me tell the spirit how to make friends with the cat, she began to cry. She told us that only that morning the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom. It was purring very loudly, moving its head like someone was scratching it. It was cute. Drink break. Okay. Alright, this one is a few stories about a friendly ghost named Dave. Posted this first in r/ask Reddit a long time ago and figured this would be a good place to share a few encounters with a ghost, not a mean-spirited one, but rather a more polite ghost who usually referred to himself as Dave. Never saw him ever, but the best way to describe his voice is an elderly, hardcore smoker answering you from another room. His voice was always muffled, but rough and coarse. Here are a few stories with Dave, edited for some clarification. The first time I ever actually heard Dave was when I was 9. I was in the living room reading a Batman comic. I heard Dave ask me if Batman was fighting the Joker. I mindlessly just answered, "Yeah, you can read this after I'm done." Took my young brain a minute before realizing there was no one else in the house with me to ask that at the time. My mom once told me she was taking laundry to her room when she suddenly bumped into something large and invisible, making her fall backwards with the laundry. She then heard Dave explain, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" My mom saw no one, but she did feel like there was someone helping her get up, as well as pointing out where all her fallen clothing went. In my lifetime, we had about 7 cats who lived with us. Every now and then, I'll see one of them rolling over and enjoying someone/something petting them. Never could get it on camera. In high school, I got a few friends to bring out a Ouija board to my house in hopes to talk to Dave. Before we can even begin, the little triangle thing that comes with the board vanished without a trace. Me and my friends were confused until we heard Dave say in a rough voice, "No, this is not the time. There's someone outside that you do not want to invite in here." Me and my friends just sat there in silence, and we put the board away, only taking it out to burn it a few months later during summer camp. Only once did I ask, why did Dave haunt our house? His response to this question was him knocking on the walls, leading me to my bedroom door. I opened it up, looked inside, and felt him push me into my room and close the door on me. He sent me to my room for asking him such a personal question. Never brought it up since. There hasn't been much activity of him since 2014, and my parents still live there, think he has moved on. He's a great ghost, and I do hope he's in a better place now. Alright, this one is called "The Time I Saw My Dad Talking to a Ghost or Entity." This happened when I was about 15 in a little town called St. Helens, just outside of Portland, Oregon. At the time, our family was really going through some tough obstacles. My dad had been acting very strange, talking to himself and not acting as he normally did for a couple of days. His personality would change quite often. At the time, he was not diagnosed with schizophrenia. We're trying to get him help. Leading up to the night, I had seen this thing conversing with my dad. I had also experienced very strange dreams, and it felt like I had been sat on by someone very heavy. I looked and no one was there. My brother had seen something he called the garbage man on numerous occasions. He said it looked like a bag was over his head and was being sucked into his mouth and eye sockets. It leaned over him and appeared to be very tall. This thing visited him a few times. It was about 2 a.m. and I heard my dad talking to someone or himself. At this point, I had a routine of going and talking with him to calm him. My bedroom had been right next to the kitchen and the bathroom because it was a small house. I walked into the kitchen, which had been lightly lit by the outside lights. First thing I see is a very tall shadow figure in the doorway of the bathroom. My dad standing toe to toe with this massive thing. He's mumbling something, then he says loudly, "Leave me alone." I'm terrified, so I ran back into my bedroom. My dad's mental state took a turn. It was a struggle for my family to get him help. Eventually, things escalated, and my dad was considered a danger to himself and others and was able to get the help he deserved. They did not find drugs in his system and eventually diagnosed him with schizophrenia. I don't know why we saw this thing or what it was. I think it was preying on my dad's weakness. Can people with this mental illness see past the curtains? Since this day, that question runs through my head a lot. This one is called "A Quick Little Story." To begin with, I've lost both of my parents and miss them dearly. We were a close family, and there's not a day that goes by without me thinking of them. This year, on my birthday, I was watching Ghostbusters Afterlife by myself in the evening after the party had ended and my friends had left. The part where the spirit of Egon plays chess with his granddaughter came on, where chess pieces are moving by themselves, and half jokingly, I said out loud, "How come you can't do something cool like that, Mom and Dad?" No sooner than I said that, a single balloon came unattached from where it was taped to the wall and fell to the ground. Not only that, but it was a green one, my favorite color since I was a kid. Guess my folks showed me. This one's called My Grandpa. So, my grandpa on my mom's side died about 6 to 7 years ago. He's always stuck around. Usually can identify him by the smell of cigarette smoke or TV channels changing suddenly. Just last week, my grandma remarried. It was awesome. Everyone's happy for her. At the wedding, I sat near the back so that my kiddos didn't interrupt the ceremony, and it was there I felt my grandpa. When my grandma came out of the changing room in her wedding gown, this overwhelming feeling of happiness and sadness filled me, and I could feel him standing right behind me. I bawled my eyes out. She was beautiful. I think he thought so too. She had asked my mom months ago if it was okay for her to move on, and I think that confirmed it 100%. He just wants her to be happy. This one's called My Best Friend. My best friend passed away in 2014. I was in school at the time, so I was distraught and didn't know how I would carry on living. To this day, even being married with kids, I'm still feeling like my life is just an epilogue. Like my life paused that day I found out he died. Fair to say, I was gutted. Anyways, I got really into my PC gaming, and I would play Counter-Strike with my other friends that I met in college. And it's funny because thinking back on it, I never felt alone, even when it was just me, when my friends were all busy. One night, I dreamed about him. He met me at the Spear Pillar, a location from a Pokemon game we both love, and he hugged me, and it was as if his young self had matured while being 2 to 3 years on the other side. I felt his stubble against my cheek. It was very surreal. Further on, he told me that I needed to stop worrying and that he's always with me. Be it on the bus, chilling at home, or at college. He said he was always there. Then he said something that quite frankly blew my mind. He mentioned how it's nice of me to keep the spot at the end of my bed clear for him to sit down, as it's his favorite spot every night. He loves watching me play CSGO, especially when with my mates. The conversations made him laugh. He said no matter where I am, he'll find me and keep me company. It's crazy because subconsciously I would always clear my bed, and bearing in mind my room wasn't always the tidiest. As an adult, I've gotten better at being tidy, haha. I'm so glad to have met him, and even when I'm away on deployment or even putting my kids to bed, I still feel him around, and it makes me feel happy and very nostalgic. In 2017, I got a tattoo dedicated to him too. It was my first ever tattoo. I just miss my friend. This one is called My Twin and I's Creepy Story. There was this one time, several years ago, my identical twin and I were about 11 or 12, and we had one of our first real creepy experiences together. I didn't think much of it until today when we both talked about it because it was just so creepy to us. We are almost 21 years old today. So my twin and I were born and raised in a house built in the mid-1800s, and we actually still live there now. It used to be a mini hospital, and our garage actually used to be an old schoolhouse in the early 1900s. It even still has the furnace in the classroom and teacher's office and living area. Usually you would think a house built that long ago, and with its history, it would be haunted. But honestly, we never really got that vibe from it. It felt constantly creepy, but nothing obviously paranormal happened until then. I think as kids we wanted to think the house was haunted because it just felt like it should be. It has an upstairs, an extremely creepy unfinished basement with a root cellar, tons of little cubbies and little doors leading to Coraline-like crawl spaces. But despite that, it actually wasn't too bad. We just loved to creep ourselves out. Anyways, we were in the dining room, and if you can imagine it, right off of the living room was the kitchen, and from the dining room into the kitchen, you can see the laundry room door in the kitchen, and the laundry room door also led to the basement. The door from the dining room into the kitchen was open, but the laundry room door was closed, and we could see that from where we were sitting at the dining room table. And at that moment, we were drawing and doing homework, and our parents weren't home. I remember Human by Christina Perry was playing. I still can't listen to it to this day, haha, from the living room TV. We didn't know until we talked about it just recently, but we had both been just kind of looking at the door a lot. We felt like we couldn't keep our eyes off of it for too long, and this was strange because we'd never really been scared of that door during the day, and this was during the day, and especially when it was closed, because then it wasn't creepy. We were only scared of it at night. But we had both been eyeballing the door, but hadn't said anything to each other or noticed the other one doing the same. And I remember thinking, wouldn't it be creepy if I looked up and the door was open? And then I looked up and the door was open. That particular door makes a lot of noise when it opens too, and we heard absolutely nothing, but it was wide open. My twin had also apparently looked up from his drawing and saw it too. We both didn't even say anything or look at each other, didn't skip a single beat, and ran outside. I remember feeling this horrible, terrifying feeling for the first time, like a tingling in my scalp and heart, all throughout my arms. It felt even scarier that it wasn't just me, my twin saw it too. I was scared shitless, and we didn't stop running until we were a little ways down the road, away from the house. We even left the front door open. And what happened may seem kind of silly to someone else, but my twin and I have always had this really strange connection. We don't have to even speak to each other, and we just know what the other is thinking and feeling. And that moment really felt significant, because who gets scared of an open door? I almost feel like it was some kind of sixth sense, or it might just be that we both felt the same way, whatever it was. And it seemed like every significantly creepy experience we had in the house when we were both together. I might add, no one opened the door, no one came home, and there was no wind. It wasn't really possible in a house with no steady moving air. I don't know, I felt like this story was worth telling, and maybe someone has a similar story or something to say about it. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Alrighty. This story is called I Can't Wait to Get You Alone. Tuesday, 7:30 a.m. She's beautiful. No, that isn't right. She's stunning. A goddess among filth. Not even the most brilliant of poets could describe her. I watch as she walks into the coffee shop, just as she does every morning. My heart trips when I see her. "What's up? What can I get you?" I greet her with a smile. I don't have to ask. I know her order by heart, but I do anyways, as to not seem obvious. "Caramel latte, 2 extra punch of caramel," she says hastily. Her head is tilted toward her phone. "Yeah, sure. 1 sec," I say with a smile. I wonder who's texting her. Her mom? Her crazy boyfriend? Maybe her superficial friends. No one really knew her except for me. I would show her one day. I will make her mine one day. I just have to wait. Here we go. I hand her drink. She pays and leaves. Over in 8 minutes. I wish I'd taken longer. I can't wait for the day. Thursday, 8 p.m. I sit across the street from her house and stare through the window. I snap a picture with my phone and smile to myself. I wish I could be there with her. I pray one day I'll be her love. I have to wait. Soon, I'd be with her. Soon. Saturday, 11:45 p.m. I couldn't take it anymore. I drive to her house and breathe in the night air. The lights are off. She's sleeping. Now was the perfect time. I pick the lock on her front door and enter. Slowly, quietly. I'm excited but so nervous to get to her. I creep up to her room and... Sunday, between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. "Let me go, please. I love you. I'll do anything you want. Please, my beautiful girl." My head is pounding from where she knocked me out. Fear pumps through my veins. She is an effing monster. She smiles at me and holds up a pair of pliers. Her beautiful face is terrifying me. I look around and I realize I'm in her basement. Pictures of me cover the walls, my work schedule, my information, my private moments. She has them all. She's been watching me too. In that moment, I realized I wasn't getting out of this. She wasn't the sweet girl I thought her to be. She was a beast in disguise, a killer. "I can't let you go," she says as she moves closer with the pliers. "I waited for you. I planned this so well. And now, we finally get to be together." Oopsie, I closed the tab. This one's called My Dreams. I know how people will die. Every night I have a dream of someone's demise. Sometimes they're so blurry and muted that I can barely tell what's going on in them. Other times, they're clear as day. The clearer they are, the sooner it will happen. They started in early childhood, but the doctors dismissed it as the traumatized dreams of the traumatized child. I had found my dad deceased after he took his own life when I was 3, so the doctor's explanation made sense for a while. I also had no real proof. I didn't know any of the people. Oftentimes they spoke languages I could not understand. I could understand their pain, the emotional and physical pain, and it was all too real. The true realization came when I was 12, when I saw my mother's death. The image was fuzzy, but I knew it. I knew it was her lying in that hospital bed. I knew it was my sister comforting her, and I knew it was me begging for forgiveness. We were all older, but it was certainly us. I felt the pain of my mother, constant and uncomfortable. Of course, my mother didn't know why I was asking for forgiveness to her, but there was nothing I could do. It was just a random disease. But gazing through my mother's eyes, I knew that the messages were intended for me. I still had the opportunity to stop all this. Soon my mom's eyes shut, and I woke up sobbing in my bed. My mom came to comfort me, and I couldn't explain away what was happening. I told her about the nightmare, leaving out the fact that I had similar every night. She comforted me and told me it was nothing to worry about, but I persisted. After 2 months, she agreed to do a screening just to ease my nerves. But I was right. The doctors found cancer cells in her breast tissue. Luckily, it was caught so early, and she was able to get treatment. I felt my curse had a meaning, and I had a purpose. That was until I saw her next death, only 4 months after she went into remission. This death was extremely clear. She was running at dawn along a quiet road near our house when a car struck her and sped off. They left her there to die on that cold dirt road. I wish she died on impact, but she laid there all alone in the most excruciating pain for 3 hours before finally giving up. When I woke up, she was not there to comfort me. Instead, I was meeting with my sister, sobbing, and I knew it was too late. I got selfish, and now instead of the 10 years I was meant to have left with her, I only got 7 months. I convinced myself it was all a fluke, that my curse could really help people. Why else would it exist at all? But no, it was only a curse. Over the years, 3 others suffered the same fate. I talked Rodney down from committing, and a year later he suffered a random brain bleed and spent the rest of his life fully paralyzed but very much conscious and living in a horrible care facility. Elise didn't get in that car because of my warning, but her abusive boyfriend brutally killed her that very night for being home so late. Mikey didn't go to that mall the day of the shooting, but the survivor's guilt caused him to end himself 3 months later. I wanted to spare them from death, but the results were much, much worse. I've learned my lesson to stop interfering, even if that means I will have to do something monstrous. Last night, I had another very vivid one, though this was different because it was through my eyes. I saw myself and my husband and then our son while they were sleeping before turning the gun on myself. It's happening tonight, and yes, I could stop myself, save them, but I know it will only be worse. At least this way they will be asleep and peaceful. They will not have to feel any pain. I'm writing this so everyone knows I love my family, and I cannot make them suffer a painful and cruel death. Good night. This one is called Devoted Wife. I would lay next to my husband every night and hold his hand, the wrinkles on his fingers bringing nothing but warm comfort to me. There wasn't anything that could separate my love from my husband. Old age is a blessing so many of us take for granted. I miss him so much. Years had went by since he had passed, but I had perfectly preserved his lovely body. Until my time came, I wasn't going to miss a single night away from him, and God told me that he would not let me take my life too soon. Looking into those beautiful, empty, gloss-over eyes in our old queen-size bed while holding his cold hand, my heart fluttered. His gaze still had that effect on me, even in that constant still state. I love you, my sweet. It won't be long before I come home to you. This one is called Forgive Me, Father, for I Will Sin. Forgive me, Father, for I will sin. The voice on the other side of the partition was deep and gravelly and spoke with a low cadence that made him sound elderly. You will sin? I asked, confused. Have you not already sinned? Usually the confessional is the place to come to confess to something you have already done, not a sin you are yet to commit. The man let out a small, croaky chuckle before continuing to speak. No. Believe me, I've already sinned. I'm just confessing that I will do it once again. Which sin do you wish to confess? No point in confessing to any of the big 7, you know, the deadly ones. I've committed all of those before. No, what I wish to confess to is a bit bigger than that, he said, followed by a throaty chuckle. Please, any sin, no matter how terrible, is worth confessing to. Even if I'm going to break a commandment. Yes, even then. There was silence in the confessional booth, the eerie kind of silence that precedes the reveal of a terrible secret or horrible admission. I could sense the hesitation, or possibly even excitement from the old man, as I'm sure he could sense my trepidation for what he was about to say next. Murder. I wish to confess that I'm going to commit the act of murder. I sat stunned for a moment, not only because he was confessing to one of the most terrible sins, but because the situation was awfully familiar. There was silence in the booth once again, before I apprehensively replied, "Thou shalt not kill. That is what God has commanded. You have not yet taken a life, and there is no reason good enough to justify it." "I have my reason. Besides, if I confess to it, then isn't all forgiven?" "It can be forgiven, if you repent for your sins, but as you have not yet acted out your transgression, repentance is not possible. Unless, of course, you don't go through with it." "There isn't a good chance that I will feel regret for this sin. I haven't felt any regrets for my previous ones either." I swallowed nervously before asking him my next question. "Previous sins? Does the name Janice Cooper ring any bells?" As he spoke the name, I felt a sharp chill jolt down my spine, like I had been struck down by the Almighty himself. I let out a small gasp that must have said more than I meant to. "I thought you would remember her." "I remember her too," the old man said from the other side of the booth. "Yes, I remember her quite well. Better than you would, I'm sure. You never actually met her, did you?" "No," the single word was all I could muster in reply. "You knew of her before, though. Before her untimely demise, shall we say?" "Yes." My mind flashed back to the memory of a day not too dissimilar to this one, listening to a voice also not too dissimilar to the one I was hearing now. I was sitting in the same confessional booth, only my hair was not as gray and the wrinkles on my face hadn't begun to dig deep yet. It was still early in my lifelong commitment to the church, and I had not long since been ordained. I had already heard a number of confession, but they were usually just admissions to sins of greed, envy, or lust. But on that day, I had someone come into the booth, take a seat, and confess that they were going to kill, just like the man I was currently listening to. "Forgive me, Father, for I am going to sin, the sin of murder, to be exact. The desire has always been strong, but never have I wanted to act upon it," the man with a gravelly but quite young voice had said. "That was until I saw her. Then that hunger to kill intensified," the man continued. "Something about her just makes me want to do it. My thirst for her blood is just too strong. So that's my confession. I'm going to kill Janice Cooper." The memory came to an abrupt end, and as I focused back on what was occurring currently, and realized that the old man had asked me a question. "Well, what did it feel like?" "I'm sorry, what did what feel like?" I asked, unsure of what he had originally asked me. A combination of recalling past events and fear had stopped me from hearing it. "What did it feel like when you saw it in the paper? Those words, woman, 26, brutally slain by unknown killer. How did you feel when you read the name Janice Cooper? Did you feel guilty at all? You were told she was going to die, yet did nothing." It is against my oath to report any crime that is confessed to me, I answered curtly. While true that I was forbidden to report any illegal activity that comes to light during a confessional, this was one case that I had morally struggled with for years. I knew the name of the victim, and I knew that someone was going to kill her. I could have prevented the crime, but I knew that I couldn't. It is the thing that has haunted me throughout my entire life, especially when I was the one to officiate her funeral, and I couldn't say anything to the poor woman's family. How did it feel hugging her mother and telling her that she is with God now? Or shaking her brother's hand and telling him sorry for your loss? Or comforting her cousins and grandparents? Did you ever have the urge to tell them that you couldn't have prevented it? The man asked me, rather seriously. How do you know I was there at the funeral? I asked back, ignoring the other questions he asked. I was there, of course. I wouldn't have missed that big day, he responded. I heard every word you said. I felt a shiver run down my spine. This man had been there. Her killer had attended her funeral, and I felt sick to my stomach just thinking about it. I took a deep breath and turned the questioning around onto him. How did it feel taking a life? You already said you didn't feel guilt, which must be true if once again you're here confessing. There was silence before a moment, before he let out a slight chuckle and answered in an almost gleeful tone. Oh no. No. I didn't feel guilty about killing him the slightest. In fact, I took a certain amount of joy from it. And I think next time will be just as fun. Then how come you're here, confessing and wanting forgiveness for the most horrible of sins, if you enjoyed it? I never said I wanted forgiveness. I don't particularly want to be forgiven. Once again, I'm just doing what must be done. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What must be done? Had he somehow convinced himself that killing that young woman, Janice Cooper, was what must be done? Killing Janice was not what had to be done. You took an innocent life that day, feel no remorse, and want to do it again. I'm sorry, but you will not find any sort of exoneration here. I heard the old man shuffle in his seat slightly before replying. His tone had grown ever colder, more serious when he spoke. I didn't kill Janice. Why would I murder my own sister? I heard what he said, but it took me a second to comprehend it properly. I was convinced that I was talking to her killer. Instead, I was speaking to her brother. I think you've misunderstood what's happening here, he continued. I feel no remorse for slaughtering the bastard that took my sister away from me, from my family. I didn't feel any guilt when I slit his throat, and I won't regret doing the same to the son of a bitch that knew she was going to die, yet did nothing. The blood throwing my veins turned to ice as I now completely understood what was happening. I was going to feel a wrath rain down on me, but it wasn't going to be from the Lord above. The wrath of the man sitting only inches away from me was now a much more terrifying reality. He spoke again, anger and venom strongly present in his voice now. I'm not going to kill you here. Not within the walls of the church. But know that my vengeance is coming. I will bring upon your death, unless you decide to break your oath and report this to the authorities. You could be selfish and do that for yourself. Do what you should have done for Janice. The next thing I heard was the sound of feet marching out of the confessional booth. They were moving quickly, and by the time I could peek out into the church, the man was gone. Now, I'm waiting for him to return. Fear is the new constant in my life as I wait for him to take a razor to my throat. Prayer only brings me a certain amount of comfort, but I know that my end is inevitable. I haven't gone to the police, however. I can't hold myself to a different standard to others. I didn't go to them for Janice, and I won't go to them for myself. This one is called I Was Today Years Old When I Learned. I was born an identical twin. My sister and I were twins right out of the storybooks. We cried at the same time. If you bruised me, she would bruise in the same place. If you upset her, I'd get upset too, and sometimes not even know why. Twins like us don't talk about it much, but it's hard living a life full of duality. When we were tweens, our father went out drinking and he didn't come home. It was one of the rare nights when we were given permission to stay at a friend's house for a slumber party, and our mom called around 2 a.m. asking if we had seen him. Both Kiera and I said we hadn't. She apologized for waking us, like we were sleeping. But the undercurrent of worry was clear in her voice. The next morning he was found outside the pub he frequented. A large kitchen knife of unknown origin still in the large slit across his throat. When we were juniors, Kiara came to me and told me that one of her teachers had touched her. I didn't need her to explain. I had been feeling queasy and gross for an hour and didn't know why. I told her I understood, and we went directly to our dean to talk about it. We were brushed off and validated because he was a good teacher with a good record. I could feel the rage pouring through my sister and into my own veins at the injustice of it. We wanted to tell our mom, but she was in a depressed funk since our useless alcoholic father was murdered, so we just didn't bother. Instead, we went to the mall and told our closest friends to watch out for him. The next day, when we came to school, we were immediately taken to the principal's office because something had happened to Mr. Perry. Apparently, shortly after he left the school, his car was run off the road and he was stabbed multiple times. They questioned us. 15-year-old girls, maybe 150 pounds combined, and we didn't even have a car. With no evidence or even a bruise on us, they had to let us go. I know my sister is a killer. I feel it when she does it. I cover when she disappears, and I know nobody would ever think to really look at a tiny young girl too hard. Our father was abusive. And then that pervert teacher tried the same shit. It was easy for her to steal the car keys off some random store clerk and return them when she was done. The bulky winter coat and gloves protected her from any marks. Unfortunately for both of us, the boy she fell in love with didn't love her back. I liked him too, but I wasn't going to even consider going after him. We fought over him, not because he wanted me, but because she wanted him dead if she couldn't have him. I didn't think he was deserved to die for that. That was my mistake. I felt her pain, but I just couldn't mirror it back this time. She didn't care, and she murdered him. This time she decided to leave behind evidence. I'm writing this from jail because my twin sister said I murdered Trevor in a jealous rage. They found my hair and DNA at the scene. 99.9% was good enough for the detectives, combined with my bloody shirt and recently dyed hair strands in his hand. I was today years old when I learned identical twins might not have identical DNA, but it's close enough to make it count when your twin is the witness against you. This one's called Forest Story. I'd always loved hiking, and I had heard that there was a beautiful trail deep in the woods that led to a hidden waterfall. So I packed my backpack and set out early in the morning, eager to explore. The trail was steep and narrow, but the scenery was breathtaking. The sun filtered through the trees, casting a dappled light on the forest floor. The air was cool and fresh, and the sound of the birds singing filled my ears. But as I hiked deeper in the woods, I started to feel like I was being watched. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself that it was just my imagination. But the unease grew stronger, and soon I found myself looking over my shoulder every few minutes. Then, as I reached a bend in the trail, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing in the clearing ahead of me was a figure dressed in a long black coat, their face obscured by a hood. I froze, uncertain of what to do. The figure didn't move, but I could sense that it was watching me. Panic set in, and I started to back away slowly, hoping that the figure wouldn't follow. But as I turned to leave, I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. I started to run, my heart pounding with fear. I could hear the figure pursuing me, its footsteps growing louder and closer. I ran blindly through the woods, not sure where I was going or how to get out. The figure was still chasing me, its breathing heavy and labored. I knew that I was in serious trouble. Just as I thought that all was lost, I stumbled upon a group of hikers who were on their way back from the waterfall. They saw the terror in my eyes and quickly realized that I was in danger. They helped me to safety, and we called the police. The police arrived quickly and conducted a search of the area, but they found no sign of the figure in the black coat. They assured me that I was safe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching me. For weeks after the incident, I had nightmares about the figure in the woods. I couldn't get the image of the long black coat and the hooded face out of my head. I stopped hiking for a while, afraid that I would encounter the figure again. But eventually I realized that I couldn't let fear control me. I started hiking again, but this time I made sure to bring a friend with me. And while I never did see the figure in the black coat again, I couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if I hadn't stumbled upon that group of hikers. This one is called Sands of Time, Carry Me to Oblivion. Boot the screen, boot the app, boot anything but your brain, the man in the black hat said. Boot it all and never open your damn eyes. He was catching a few side looks from the young adults a few tables away, but what did he care? He was right. When he was young, to get away from this decrepit world, people had to get drunk. You'd still be down on Earth, but every bad thing would be tuned to static. Nowadays, people that got their attention spans drunk on those little rectangles of light. Jesus, this is ridiculous. The man in the black hat despised his waking days just as much as everyone else, but at least he faced them head on. No amount of instant communication or social interaction would ever mask the fact that all these features did was substitute one reality for another. Instead of worrying about failing crops or dwindling jobs, worry about the next trend or the next show. The man in the black hat banged his glass on the table. "Fill it up," he told the bartender. "Whiskey on the rocks." "Again? God, Hank, what's up with you today?" the bartender asked. "With me? What's up with me? What the hell's up with them, John?" The man in the black hat turned to look at the other clients, each with a shiny screen on their noses. They're not bothering anyone, you know? They're bothering themselves. They're hopping to their little world of infinite feeds and crap instead of realizing that this, he gestured around, is all our goddamn fault. Running from this world won't make it disappear. The bar's door opened. A man in a white fedora hat strolled in and sat 2 seats away from the man in the black hat. "Whiskey. Dry." "Coming up," the bartender replied, then turned back to the man in the black hat. "Hank, perhaps you're just angry at something else." "I am." He took out his phone and brought it down on the table. This is like a little portal, a little lens you can stick up where the sun don't shine and pretend everything is okay. My daughter acts like this every single day. That's not the real world. I just hope they'd see that. The man in the white hat began to chuckle. He seemed to be a little tipsy already, even though he had yet to touch his drink. "Oh?" the man said. "And you, as you put it, see that?" "What do you mean?" asked the man in the black hat. "I mean what I said. You say that these people run to another world, another reality, and then you must know what this reality is." "What the hell do you mean, funny man? You trying to be wise with me?" "Indeed I am. I'm looking for someone to talk to, and you appear to be talking about a remarkably interesting thing. I'll leave you two alone, the bartender said, and turned his focus to the other clients. You got a kid who's always glued to a screen too? Black Hat said. I don't, but I know a lot about escaping reality. I know a lot about not real worlds, as you mentioned. White Hat took a sip of his whiskey and scowled. Nothing is ever as good as the original. Did you get your profile picture? I can see it on the... Black Hat stared at the man with a mix of wonder and creepiness. There was something about that man that betrayed hundreds of layers of falsehood. One thing was for certain. He was not from around these parts. Where you from, hey? White Hat considered the answer for a long time. The previous cycles, I'm a kind of traveler, you see. Black Hat looked at the man's glass, smelled his breath. For one thing, White Hat was not drunk. On drugs, perchance? Look here, fella, you high or something? White Hat snorted and shook his head. For your lowly brain, I might as well be. How many times do you think we've had this interaction? I hope one day you'll break the cycle. But I don't think that day is exactly fast approaching. It's always the same thing. You see the sands of time, you skip a cycle, and then you join the sands. Huh? Black Cat went from annoyed to worried. What are you talking about, man? You one of those Buddhists or something? White Hat glanced at the rest of the clients and continued. You're right about one thing. These folks are not living in the real world. Not because they're glued to that technological thing, but because reality is hard to define. What you see and feel and live are very ephemeral objects that pass in an instant. Actually, an infinity of echoing instants. What's your name now? Hank. This guy had a screw loose, Black Hat decided. He came to the bar to ramble to the barkeep, then enjoy a hazy moment of quietude, not deal with crazy men. Yet he shrugged. It could be interesting to let people like this ramble on. Okay, Hank. Tell me, what do you see? A glass, bottles, and you. Good. Look outside the window. What do you see? Blue sky, a few clouds, and the parking lot. And in the distance, White Hat asked, slightly impatiently. Black Hat was losing his interest. The sun. Let me explain something to you, Hank, before your attention drifts as I've seen happen in other bodies. What you see now is the current cycle. When this one ends and the next one begins, the universe reboots itself, changing just a little variable here and there. There are some changes between cycles. I'm sure there are cycles in which life never evolves, and I was obviously not there to remember those. But reality changes, though there are things that are always the same. I always find you here, in this bar or a world's equivalent of it, and at first, you're always reticent. Then, in the next cycle over, you hate the realization and decide not to see it anymore, so your soul dies with you in oblivion until everything resets in the higher hourglass, which I can't even see, and there you are again. Whoa, wait a minute, you've done this to me before? Yes. Why? To save them. Who? If I let you go, you'll kill my family. In this world, it's called drunk driving. In others, you're just out of your mind, high on some chemical, and end up killing them. I've tried everything, and this is the only thing that works. If I can make you see the truth, I can save them. Black Hat was getting tipsy. He jumped out of his stool and stood 2 palms away from White Hat. White Hat stared at him impassively as if 100 miles were separating Black Hat's angry fist from his nose. I ain't killing anybody. I'd know if I was a killer, and I ain't one. Believe what you will. No one notices because our memories fade in and out with the sands of time. Only if you touch the hourglass would you remember. What damned hourglass? Ah. White Hat finally manifested some semblance of emotion, smiling. I thought you'd never ask. Follow me. If nothing else, Black Hat's day was turning out much more interesting than he'd thought possible. He found himself rather liking the stranger, this White Hat wonder. He could only imagine the hit to the head White Hat must have taken to get that. Ah, said White Hat. It's so beautiful. Black Hat merely squinted at the setting sun, so far beyond the parking lot, trailing deep orange as it lay beyond the ridge of the earth. Yeah, it's pretty. His feet swayed. Okay, it was possible he was a little drunk. You've got to trust me, okay? I trust you, brother. You being inebriated actually works to my advantage. You can get into the right mindset more easily. That's all it takes to save them. This is also a curse for you, you know. I'm saving them, but the eternity passes in an instant. It's the price to pay for knowing they're alive and well despite your existence. Hey man, I'm sorry for whatever. I've come to like you, you know, Hank. Before I found the hourglass in the wretched first cycle where my awareness came to life, I hated you. Actually, I was the one who killed you then, but killing you never brought them back. White Hat was silent for a moment. Being a physicist had its uses. I got to find the sands, understand their meaning. I could kill you now, and they'd survive. But then I wouldn't get to see you suffer. And that's what I like most about you. How you despair once you realize what has always gone on. Jesus, man, you need a shrink. There's a really good one by the bay, but just to be clear, you're not gonna kill me, right? White Hat smiled. Of course not. Now listen to me. What do you see on the horizon? Sky, grass, mountains, sunset? Okay, look at the sky. Look deeply. I'm telling you, there's something there that you're not seeing. Do you believe me? Yes. Now, what do you see? Black Hat focused hard, and goddamn if he wasn't seeing a shimmer. The hell? You're getting it quick! Good! For your information, it's an hourglass. The hourglass. I don't know who put her there, and I don't know who said all the other ones, but something built it. Something built all the others, like a Russian doll, time and reality recursing to an infinitely deep well. Nice. It normally is. Black Hat staggered back, his heart began to pound and his head throbbed as if a force was closing down on his brain. Breathe, White Hat said. What you're feeling is not fear. Or at least, it's not only fear. It isn't natural for our species to see the hourglass, so there are barriers built within us to resist it. We must push through them. You must see the hourglass. Black Hat closed his eyes and his knees buckled. What was happening to him? Was it the whiskey? No, it wasn't the drink. This guy must have mined his drink, put a little white powder to mess with him. I don't want to. Get the hell away from me. White Hat slapped him hard, so hard he saw stars in a shimmering light around the edges of his vision, shaped like an hourglass. The image was wrong, somehow. Wrong as if you were staring down an abyss or a surgeon ripping out a stomach and cutting it layer by layer. Reality was coming undone. Get away from me, he was screaming. Black Hat was sure of it. Screaming, heart pounding so hard and hot his ribcage felt like thin ice. Look into it, White Man laughed. Black Hat felt his hands on his face and then his eyes were forced open. Something was blocking the sky. a shimmering and impossible light, both blocking the sun and letting it through like superimposed layers of the universe's fabric. Black Hat wasn't sure of God, wasn't sure of mathematics, wasn't sure of anything. His life had been one constant agnostic fight, but he was absolutely certain of one thing. He wasn't supposed to see that. Whatever it was, it hadn't been created for the human mind. The hourglass. His struggles ceased and he took it all in. I mean, to be honest, I'm just speaking a bit louder. Comprehending absolute beauty was possible and real. The bottom half of the hourglass occupied his view, the upper half disappearing somewhere above the skyline. Translucent sand made crimson by the sunset fell from above. The hourglass was 3/4 full. He was afraid. So terribly afraid his heart had calmed down whilst his muscles were stuck in place, rigid as stone, acid as a battery. Yet he was also fascinated. The hourglass seemed both far away and close enough to touch, its glass somehow made out of the universe, made of thin membrane known as both space and time. The membrane was crafted to hold the sands of time in, but not to keep anything out. Listen, I'm bad at speaking. Who are you? Asked Black Hat. I told you. I'm just me. But you're a killer in every single reality. You can call me your guardian angel. I hold you from sin, push you over the brink to save others. This is a gift, in a way. White Hat was ignoring the hourglass. All of his attention was on Black Hat. White Hat smiled maniacally. Finally, he gave up his stare and turned to the hourglass. White Hat said, "Do you see? It's almost full." The sands of time never stop falling. Once the hourglass fills, a new reality is clocked in. But first, the sands disappear down a hole at the bottom towards a place where things really end, never to come up again. Oblivion, I call it. But there's a way to retain your memories. Black Hat was utterly surrendered to White Hat. He didn't want to die, to go back to his ignorance. He had to know what lay beyond, how far he could go. Nice. Giving this up would mean dying, only to be reborn. He wanted to never need to be reborn. Tell me, please. Touch the hourglass. Your memories will remain fixed to this soul. Come on, do it. What would he see? He wondered then. Would he see God at the end of time, or maybe understand all that God ever was? A reluctant finger rose towards the thin film of condensed space-time. It made contact. Black Hat suddenly found himself back at the bar. He looked around, searched in the parking lot, but there was no sign of White Hat or the hourglass. He sniffed his whiskey, but it smelled normal. He had never been one to hallucinate, especially not this strongly. He really had to stop drinking. But the memory of that hourglass was so strong, so vivid. Looking at the horizon now cast in moonlight, couldn't he see something? A round shimmer? Couldn't he hear a faint pelting as the sands fell? He went back to the bar, paid, got in his car, and drove away. In an instant, he was home. In an instant, it was morning. In an instant, it was night. In an instant, it was Christmas. In an instant, he was retiring. In an instant, he had a stroke. In an instant, Black Hat, Hank Goldenfield, died. The then, the now, the when, all brought into one congruous mass, writhing and pulsing as Hank observed his life draining by and the sands of time being carried into the perpetual oblivion. Black Cat came to suddenly, stumbling, eyes all blurred and confused and strained. What the hell? He tried to say, but all that came out was a rasping siren. Or was his mouth? He began to panic, but felt 2 heartbeats instead of 1. Was this hell? His eyes managed to clear out, but everything was cryptic. He wasn't staring in any one direction, but all of them at the same time. Black Cat tried to touch his eyes, but he stumbled once he raised his arms, though it didn't hurt to fall on the floor. Gravity was so much lower. Where the hell was he? He focused on what was before him. He was in hell. Before him were creatures with 3 flimsy legs but round and fat bodies, bulbous skulls and 2 eyes on each side of the head. The plastic-like skin of the creature's torso had enormous openings filled with what looked like rotten bones. One of the creatures stopped, and the bone-filled opening moved, uttering the same rasping sound, as if the bones were striking harmonious notes and grinding at the same time. "Are you okay?" He came to understand the creature. Then it all came to him. His previous life, his family, his daughter, then dying. That writhing mass, being reborn, his father, his mother, his 3rd parent, his 2 romantic partners, his offspring, everything. Everything he had ever held dear would disappear down the drain with the sands of time. No matter where he turned, he could see the shimmering silhouette of the hourglass in the close distance, taunting him, warning him that he had done this to himself, condemned to always remember those he had lost, condemned to always knowing he'd lose everyone again. It'd be impossible to live like this, to jump from one body to the next in the blink of an eye, to feel the sand shifting to the only place where things can end. He was simply overthinking. He could think this through, couldn't he? But it was hard to take it all in. The strange creatures, the strange color of the sun, the strange smell of the air, the strange way light bent, and the strange pockets of stronger gravity. He couldn't close his eyes, but he found a rocky outcrop that appeared to be shelter. It was encased in darkness. He went in, began to think. What had that man, White Hat, said so long and little ago? That he could skip a cycle? I thought I'd find you here. Even a reality later, that voice was still familiar. How are you, Harkalink? That must have been his name in this reality. He suddenly found himself fueled with rage, more controlled and rational, but rage nonetheless. Black Hat tried to get up and attack White Hat, but he slipped on those thin, noodle-like legs and suddenly floated to the ground. Yeah, different bodies take some getting used to. What have you done to me? Everyone. Oh, yes. Everyone. Everyone you'd kill. You condemned me to this life just as I condemned you. But you have the mercy of being able to skip a cycle, while I have to live through them all, so that my family can live. Do you understand the weight of your sins? In every reality, you're a killer, a bloody damned murderer, except when I throw you off the rails. I never asked for this. The sands of time don't care. You've touched the hourglass. You're doomed to this. The rage was all gone, substituted for a quiet resignation, a flaming sadness and regret. He'd give anything to go back, to be able to know that although his loved ones would one day die, so would he, in perfect acceptance of life and its end. Please, Black Hat said, take me out of this misery. There's gotta be a way to put an end to it. Please, kill me, end me for good, I'm begging you. And White Hat smiled, the bone fissure in his side cracked inward. But Black Hat recognized it for a grin. Of course. I've told you this before, just in the last reality, didn't I? If you sift with the sands of time, you're carried to oblivion. But you said I'd just skip the next cycle and then I would return. Why? If the oblivion is the only place where things can end, why do I return? Why do you keep going after me? White Hat bellowed a laugh that froze to the bones of Black Hat's new body. He grabbed Black Hat with one of its paws and dragged him out of the darkness into that horrible world. How ignorant are you? You think this is the only hourglass? That one is the one we can see. There exists another hourglass over this dimension, and another above that, and another, and all the way up. Each hourglass has an oblivion, wiped clean when the dimension above enters the next cycle. A perfect recursion of nothingness. Stop. Don't you see? You'll be carried to oblivion now, and I can enjoy a peaceful next reality before you return. And always, I have to know that my wife and my son will die. But that if I don't do anything, they'll die horribly, crushed by your truck or whatever vehicle you're in. Stop, please. You think I don't want to jump into oblivion? I can't. I can't let them die at your hands in any reality. Just let me go. I'm tired of this. I can't bear it. Please. How pathetic he must have sounded, but Black Hat was tired, rotten, defeated. He couldn't bear this. If he could not exist in the next reality, then he'd do whatever he could. If he could afford half of another reality without this awareness, then he'd embrace the sands. Fine. I've seen you suffer enough. Go ahead. Die. End yourself. I'll see you in 2 instants anyhow. Before you fall into that nothingness, know that you did this to yourself. And me. I will always hate you. I will always torment you. Know that whatever you do, you can't reach the higher hourglass and end it all. I've tried. We're destined for one another. The two of us are trapped. The hourglass was pristine and clear, looking exactly the same as it had in the previous reality when he'd been known as Hank. There was no second thought, no moment of hesitation. White Hat disappeared and Black Hat touched the hourglass with his snout. It was cold, but alive and breathing. He jumped in, traversing the space-time membrane as if it were a bubble. He was merely giving himself a small mercy, a cycle in which he didn't exist, a cycle in which he was ignorant of the hourglass, and the cycle in which he was carried to oblivion. The sands were soft, like cotton. Submerged in it, time passed even faster, each breath of his lungs like eons to the universe. Inside it, he didn't die, but saw everything before the great expansion snapped the maximum barrier of entropy and the hourglass became full. The bottomless nothing opened up, and the sands of time drifted down, carrying him to oblivion. And just as he fell in the imperceptible distance, he saw the shimmering silhouette of the higher hourglass, so close and yet so far out of his reach. It was a fucking long one. I mean, yeah, but also you're the only one watching. That was long, homie. And a little bit, like, it was one of those sort of, like, existential ones that don't, like, exactly make sense, you know? Give me a second, I'm gonna go ahead and grab another bottle of water while we're in between stories. Welcome back. Do you like the little like overlay I put together though? I think it's cute. We're only 2 hours in and already like I'm feeling like such like my throat doesn't exactly hurt, but it is like, you know, it's getting like uncomfortable. Like I have no fucking stamina in my voice, my guy. You're broken again. Okay. Welcome back. Did you hear what I said about the whole? I mean, yeah, that's the whole point of doing it, is that, you know, hopefully if I like keep it up, I can build some actual like stamina in my voice, but like, Jesus fuck. Like, I know it's been like sort of 2 hours straight of me like just talking, like 2 hours straight of talking. But like even then, like my throat should not be this bothered by just 2 hours of talking. I'm just finishing this like bottle of water that I have real quick and then we can move on to the next story. Because while I am trying to push my vocal cords, I'm really not trying to like injure them. So I am trying to stay hydrated. I mean, yeah. I was somewhat debating like calling it here at the 2 hour mark and swapping over to like DbD or whatever. But I was, you know, debating. I mean, yeah. We'll do one more story and then I'll swap over to DbD. Anyway, this one's called Bleeding Moon Silent Howl. No, we're going there today, Chris. He always tells us he's not home, always says he can't see us. He lives like a recluse. I don't want my relationship with my brother to end up like yours and your sister's. First of all, ouch, Chris said. And second, the guy likes his peace. I vote that it'd be better to let him be. He doesn't like being with people, and he stays off everyone's business, so I don't think this is a good idea. Susan sighed and glanced at the back seat. Her son, Pete, bobbed with the car, mouth hanging open in a peaceful sleep. The full moon's glow gave the child a funny shape to his eyebrows. I don't want Pete to grow up without knowing his uncle. Jesus, fine, okay. Chris turned the blinker on and turned right. The mountain came into full view after the turn. There, near the top, shone a porch light. Susan recognized her brother's cabin. So, Robert was home. At least call him. I don't want to catch him with his pants down, Chris handed Susan her phone. Fine. Robert's number was on her favorites list, even though they rarely called each other. Since Robert had that freak accident on his prom night, he had been distant, almost reclusive. Susan, being the youngest, was never given many details. All she knew was that he had disappeared over a week and was found in a burned clearing in a forest, except he was naked and without a single scratch on his body. Robert had never given any explanations. Rumors that the scorched trees had pentagrams and symbols best left alone circulated heavily when she was in high school, a year after him, but she chose to ignore them. She knew her brother. He was a nerd, a simple guy, overly shy, but with a good heart. She reminded herself of this, of his heart, and clicked his contact. He picked up after 3 rings. Suze? His voice appeared strained, panicked maybe. Hey Rob, look, we were just passing through town and I know you're something of a night owl, so I was wondering if we could stop by and maybe even— No! I'm sorry, Suze, I really am, but now's not a good time. I'm not even home. Well, your porch light is on then. He was silent for a moment. What? She squinted. The full moon reflected against the hood of a green sedan, right there in the distance. Dark clouds passed in front of it, Chris cocking his light. And your car is in the driveway. Jesus, Suze, you know better than to creep up on me like that. Creep up on you? Rob, how old is your nephew? Silence. You don't remember, do you? Well, that's the reason I'm creeping up on you. Her voice turned softer. You can't run from family. Especially not from me. Robert sighed. I'm sorry, Suze. I told you, I'm not home. Just turn back, okay? The dark clouds parted, and the moon was free to shine. His breath suddenly turned ragged. God, Suze, I've gotta go. I'm not in my damned home. If you turn back now. You hear me? He hung up. The car was silent for a moment. Babe? You good? Chris asked. Just drive up. Susan, I don't think we should be bothering him. Well, I think you should stop talking, Susan replied. Pete yawned and stretched. We there yet? He asked. I want to play. In a minute, Pete, Susan said sweetly. We're just gonna visit Uncle Rob. Who? Asked the child. Susan's first hunch was that something was wrong. Calling the police was only her second. Robert's porch light was on, his sedan was in the driveway, and his front door was wide open. Everything was dark inside the house. Babe? Susan said to Chris, afraid. If Robert wasn't home, then who was? Pete picked up a baseball and tried to throw it at the loop, impervious to the situation. Chris paced back and squinted at the house. Hey buddy, he called Pete. Would you do Daddy a favor and wait in the car? Oh, but I want to play. Not now, Pete. Wait in the car. Pete stomped angrily and slammed the car door, but neither Chris nor Susan gave it any importance. Not a second later, Pete opened the car and said, Look! He was pointing at the sky. The moon was gaining a rust-like tint. A lunar eclipse, Susan said. Not a lunar, it's a blood moon, not a lunar eclipse, just a little clearer. Susan said, her attention on everything except the moon. She heard something, a step, coming from inside the house. There, in the upstairs room. Movement. Jesus Christ, she pointed at the window, but there seemed to be nothing there now. Okay, Chris took a deep breath. Wait out here, keep an eye on Pete. And he went inside. In the short minutes Chris was gone, Susan played a phone game with Pete, though her mind wandered. Robert had become more withdrawn after his accident. She had noticed he had been more superstitious. He had kept a meticulous lunar calendar next to his desk, had avoided black cats like they were the plague, and had thrown out everything made of silver despite their mom's pleas. There were nights on which he sneaked off. Always full moon nights, jotted down in his little lunar calendar. She recalled not sleeping, staring at the window to see Robert running away into the woods behind their house. Always, she thought of following him. Always, she opted not to. She didn't know whether it was drugs or some kind of cult thing. Robert had always been nice to her and respected her privacy, so it was her duty to do the same. No one's home, Chris said, stepping out. If there was someone inside, then I think we scared them off when we arrived. You think there was someone in there? Susan asked. Chris shrugged. The front door doesn't appear to have been forced open. And the rooms are messy, but not stolen messy. Anyway, Rob's not here, babe. But someone was. But someone might have been, Chris corrected. They heard running and saw Pete running up to the house, running up the porch and into the house. Explore, he yelled. Hey, Pete, Susan screamed after the kid. Pete had found a new toy. It was a really cool stuffed werewolf as big as his legs, with big eyes and big teeth and lots of muscles. He wished he had lots of muscles. His mom and dad had nagged at him for running into the house, but they were the ones who said it was empty in the first place. But now he had found the toy in the wardrobe of the biggest room. He was already thinking about how to nicely ask Mom to keep it. The room was pretty, mainly now that it was cast in red from the very red moon. Why was the moon red? He made a mental note to ask Mom, but he rapidly forgot about it as he pretended to roar and attack a chair with the werewolf. His dad had called someone named Police. Pete got the feeling this police was coming for something bad. But if no one is home, then what was so bad about it? Oh, right. He shouldn't ask Mom to keep the toy. He should ask Uncle Rob, whoever he was. He swirled the werewolf around and threw it at a wall. It was heavier than he expected, and it thudded hard when it hit. Pete got an idea and mentally aimed for the trash bin in the corner of the room. He ran and kicked the werewolf. It really was harder than he thought. Almost fleshy. The toy flew against the other wall. What are you doing, Pete? Mom asked. Playing. Want to play stuffed soccer with me? He replied. Don't mess with Uncle Rob's toys, okay? He might get very angry with you. Be careful. Susan? Dad called from somewhere in the corridor. The cops said they're on their way. 20 minutes and they'll be here. 20 minutes? Pete heard his mother nagging as she went out of the bedroom. Why the hell will they take that long? Pete kicked the werewolf again. This time, a little seam ripped open the werewolf's belly. Oof, Pete hissed. His mom would get mad. Or worse, his dad would get mad. Or even worse, Uncle Rob would get mad. He picked the werewolf up, and look, the insides were so fluffy. He bet he could make a nice pillow out of that white stuff. The toy seemed to vibrate as Pete took the stuffing out and made it into a perfect rectangle. Oh yes, it was very soft. It'd make a nice pillow. It could even be a gift for Mom or Uncle Rob. That way no one would get mad at him for ruining the toy. He'd give them a gift. The red moon started going away below the mountain, turning from red to white again. Pete sighed but kept on making his pillow. He liked that shade of red. It was the same color as his socks, and he really liked his socks. A while later, blue and red lights flashed outside. He peeked out to see the last glimpse of the moon as it faded down the horizon, and a man and a woman in ugly blue clothes stepping out of the flashy car. When he noticed, there was a sickly metal and meaty smell, and his hands were all slick and wet. Susan screamed. Chris screamed. Somewhere she heard one of the cops doubling down and retching. Robert's bedroom was filled with blood and gore. Pete was drenched in red up to his neck, and in his hands was something pulsing and squirting. A heart. A real human heart. Her head felt too light, black spots blackening her vision. Pete was sobbing. Mom? He was calling, but she couldn't move. She followed her son's eyes. In the corner of the room was a suit of skin, perfectly ripped out, as if whoever that had only been made of muscle and had to wear a fake shell. The deflated face with holes for eyes and mouth had blonde stubble, blonde hair, and a mole next to the nose. Just like her. Just like Robert. Oh God. Oh please God, no. What had Pete done? He had just been playing with that stuffed werewolf, but then she had heard how heavy it was and how odd it... The figure she had seen in the window. The figure hadn't gone away. It had gotten smaller. Robert, poor cursed Robert, who had run away on full moons. Mommy! Daddy! Bawling. Pete was bawling. Bones and open intestines surrounded Pete like a shrine to death itself. The heart in his hands squirted one last time and came to a stop. The cop touched the suit of skin with the tip of his boot, and it was like pushing a pile of slimy, wet paper. There were a few gray hairs on Robert's hands. The gray hairs retreated as the last few wisps of the full moon faded behind the mountain, giving place to the stars and darkness. The fuck? What? Like, I'm assuming it's like saying that like I mean, yeah, for starters, definitely that. But also, like, I'm assuming it's like, you know, what's the movie with the one we watched recently, the Halloween one? Where like it had well, I'm assuming it's like a real werewolf, just a small one? Or like a sort of werewolf doll? Or yeah, maybe that. Yeah, trick or treat. Like I think what you're saying might be it, that like he turned into a stuffed werewolf and then the kid fucked with the werewolf and like ripped the insides out and stuff, and then he like turned back and but like this. Weird. Like, why would he like run away from the house and stuff if he just turned into a stuffed werewolf, bro? Like what? They were just gonna find a stuffed we're just gonna find a stuffed toy sitting on his bed instead of him. Like, why like the whole running away from the house would insinuate that he became like a proper werewolf and was worried about like hurting his family or some shit. Like, I would think he'd like if you're just turning into like a stuffed toy, like, right? Like, if you're just turning into like a stuffed toy, I would think it'd be like more dangerous to like go out into the woods or whatever. Like, what if a fucking squirrel stumbles upon you in your stuffed werewolf form and just rips you to pieces? Like, there are animals out there, my guy. Right. I mean, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we can swap to DbD. Right. Like, you haven't spoken to this dude a whole lot. And how long? Like, on the off chance that he is some, like, random drug addict at this point, like, you don't know what he's gonna do if you just show up out of nowhere. Like, why you bringing your kid, bitch? Right. Like, from the way it, like, seemed in the thing, like, I assumed they were, like, on sort of, like, a late night trip to wherever and ended up I don't know, I guess the, like, brother's house was, like, on the way or some shit, but, like, still. Just changing the stream stuff. Yeah, that was a little bit like I feel like they like wanted to make a werewolf story and then like 75% of the way through are just like, oh, I could do this little like twist where like he's not actually like a proper werewolf. But like then didn't like adjust the story at all to like make that fit. That's what I'm doing. I just said I'm adjusting the stream stuff right now. It's loud, but I put it back on what it's supposed to be on. I can bump it down some, but like cause like basically I just put two like different gain filters and was like swapping between them. Like I have one set for the like spooky music and one set for the regular music, and like it shouldn't be any different than it was like the last time I played music, but I bumped it down a bit. And I can just, it's not that hard to swap between the gain filters. Fire Moon Festival, Golden Silk outfits, and Ace's Nugget outfit. I mean, yeah. What is on sale? Are you sure it doesn't just like feel loud? It's like I think I might just feel loud, homie. I just want to bump your volume down. Like I assume it's just like you had your like volume turned up a little bit for like the reading, and so like you might want to just turn your volume down, my guy. Like the volume level on OBS is fine. What's your new, oh, this song? Why do you always have your volume at max? That's like not good for your like ears. Give them it down more. Alright, I bumped it down quite a bit. This is cute. I like the hair, at least, for Kate. Like the shirt and the skirt are honestly a little bit like the shirt and the skirt are a little bit like sort of office Christmas party, but I like the head. And there's this, you know, immaculate. Honestly, the hair really do be glorious. It doesn't really fit Felix. And like he's got like a couple skins with like longer hair and stuff. Like there's this one too. Like it makes him look so weird. Still louder than the game is. I mean, to be fair, the game ain't doing much right now. Oh, and actually, wait, I bumped the game volume down. When I was doing something. I bumped the game volume down to do like an intro or whatever. And so like that's probably part of it. Anyway, I need to play whiskey. Yeah. I haven't played DbD in a minute, so I'll probably be rusty. And they took me to Ormond, which is awful for me. Also, like, I know you're probably not doing it anytime soon, but like, if you do end up, ordering an avatar for moi, I would, talk to me first, because I do have some things that I would like to specify for it. Obviously. I mean, Wesky feels so fast, bro. Okay. Someone's opening. They're working on the jet. That's what they're doing. Oh, nice. Helium?
I expected more from you.
Bangarang, return, please. The grass is so dumb sometimes.
Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Oh. I was really hoping to skate that a little better. That's right, I have a Wawa. I should be using that.
Just getting started.
Kill William. Am I gonna hop in a locker?
You
Hello?
can't hide
Yes.
forever.
Fuck, bro, you know I saw you go up there. Oh, I like couldn't see the hook for a second. I was like, is this like broken? Did they break this? Because that sucks. Grass on Ormond sometimes, bro. The fucking scratch marks, like, it hides them.
Playtime's over. Is that all you have?
Two people on the stream right here. Just kept running. I assume Fengus is gonna go for the save. Nah, she didn't. Hey there, Fingering. How's it going?
You disappoint me. Is that the best you've got?
There's Kate. Where is her savior? Is Bill over here? Bill's kind of a sneaky little bitch. Just itch my eyebrow for a second. Healing underhook. Not quite, but they are here. Thank you for letting me grab Kate, Fang. I appreciate it. It's David been this whole time, man. I don't really want him again, but well, I found David at least. Hello, can I break the paddle, please? Hello? Okay, I'm assuming Bill had Unbreakable and picked like a really shit time to... Where'd David go? He's the one I want. I haven't seen him like at all. Where's Fang? Gonna lie the way. I want David, bro. I don't think I've hooked him once. Ooh, that was a fast vault. She have resilience? Is David on this gen? Because once again, I would really like to have fucking David. Yes, you're the mans that I want. died in the whole game. I ain't seen this man but once. Subliminal message thing. I mean, sure, go for it. On the door. What is Fangus doing? Okay, she went for the save. Cool. Sorry, but I'd like to not have to do Adept again, so... Where'd Fang go? I don't see her, I'm just gonna hook David. And hopefully see her on a wall. Ah, the Blood Warden value. Yeah, I don't think that counts Adept, even though she was Death Hook. Which is a little sad, like, cause like even if you missed a hook on like the like previous requirements, like you could still get Merciless, but like I don't know. Yeah. Oh wait, I forgot to change my name. Like before, at least you had like a chance without getting all of your hook states in of getting Merciless, but now you like you have to kill everybody. Alright, next is Plagueis. Like it's like, well, it's overall easier to get Adept, obviously, now that it's just 4 kills. But like, it is, you know, that little tidbit is mildly annoying. Sergey Jockstrap. Yeah, like, I'm overall happy with the whole change of, like, Merciless gets you, as long as you get a 4K, you get Merciless. Like, I'm overall happy with that, like, change. But it is just a little sad when, like, it's just one hook. I just needed, like, she was dead aside from the fact that she left the game. Mm-hmm. I didn't actually check what add-ons I have, so hopefully they're not shit ones. Ah, Red Forest. Right. Like, again, obviously haven't been able to test because no one's, you know, done that to me. But, like, just does a DC, because, like, it still counts your, like, you know, hook states and stuff. If someone DCs, like, someone disconnects, you get all 3 of their hook states counted. So it's possible it counts as DC as, you know, a kill. But, like a survivor could just, like, wait till the end game and, like, just chill in a locker, do whatever they can to make sure you don't find them. Because I don't think getting killed by the entity counts towards your merciless. Forgot I was playing Plague. Come back here, sir. I need you to be sick. And then I need to smack you. Got him. Thank you for not fully crawling into the pallet, my guy. I appreciate it. Hello? The disrespect. Oh, she didn't stick to the loop. Surprised me a little bit. Hello? I wasn't even there, babe. I need you check for my challenge, babe. Someone's here. Hello? Not quite sure where they are. Oh, yeah. you, sir. Touched this. Here, coughing. At least you can use the coughing to kind of echolocate them. Oh, hello? Lag? Please stop. Don't like it. Close. One of these days, I'll hit him. Adam do be a pretty good survivor. He'll run me for the rest of the game if I let him. Hey pal. You wouldn't be thinking about touching my shit, would you? Luckily I have a Agi. I just like I normally just use like increased effectiveness on the Sicky. Arena is W King. I mean, yeah. Well, I tried really hard. I don't even really want you, my guy. You just got off the hook. But I don't, like, Zarina just like dis-a-fuck appeared. I also just realized they're on one gen. Alright, Mr. Jockstrap. I mean, yeah, I just don't really care. Oh, I forgot I was still corrupt though. Hello? At least they sort of 3-gen themselves. Right, like the only way you can end corrupt early is getting stunned. Right. Don't want to be in caps. Read the guidance. Nice. Adam had a whole healing build. Always nice to see. Anything but a gen rush build really is nice to see. Alright, now the worst daily of them all. I gotta play nurse. These are all fine. I mean, yeah. Adam was basically perkless that game. It is a little weird though, cause like even if like no matter how you like take the damage, like or how you end up in that like hell state, whether it's, you know, being taken off the hook or getting hit with the weapon or, you know, getting injured from being sick, it all heals when you get rid of your sickie. Like if you wanted, like as long as you were, you know, confident that you could like stay away from the corrupt and stuff, like you could just like purposefully get yourself sick whenever you got injured and just quickly cleanse, like. And be full health. Mm-hmm. Anyway, your new profile picture does look very nice, like small in chat. If you wanted to know. I really need to stop like fucking with my mic, but I keep moving it. Right. Like yeah, corrupt is obviously one of the best abilities in the game if it's in the hands of someone who can use it right, but oh, we're back to fucking Red Forest, bro. Right, lethal, 3 over here, 1 over here. That's not where I wanted to go. Listen, I am a baby nursey. Oh, I went too far, fuck. I think. Thank you for that. I needed it. I could probably make it to that blood suck, but I don't give a shit. The other one was like over here. Thank you for getting stuck, because I was totally gonna lose you with Lucky Break, babe. Hello? Can I blink? Did not want to let me blink through that one tree, man. Hello, can I go up, please? The fuck? Sometimes Nurse does some dumb shit for no reason. Nice. Angus. Like, I get that she's trying to be, like, confusing, but she's also, you know, just running into my face. Walk, please, game. This has got quite a bit of progress. I see scratches over here. It's just been the like effect from the ding on that gen and by the hook. Oh, I thought the window was there. I'm so sad. Vaulting is Nurse necessary. Someone's over here. I don't have a Scourge over here. Hi Yui. Thank you for that, I guess. I can maybe make it to this Scourge. I assume they're gonna heal under hook again. It's been their MO thus far. Maybe not. If they do heal near here, I should be able to pick them up with nurses. Right there. Okay, I don't really want her anyway. Someone was over here? Were they opening a chest or something? That way. Ah, it'd be Fungus. Ooh, that was a little close. Hi, Fangring. Is she Deathhawk? I don't quite remember. I think she is. So I'm not gonna hook her on that Scourge. Yeah, she is cool. before I can do anything about it. Unless they abandon it, which she'll with me. Damn. We'll give this a kick, I guess. It's pretty close. Not that close, but might as well. One of them probably stuck around. The beauty of having one out this quickly is I at least have time to fuck around if I really want to. Ah. Oh. Tried to blink past it, game, not into it. Hi. Gotta love when they fuck up running away. Walk, please. Oh, I haven't hooked Alita once. I think Talita's the only one that's not dead on hook, unfortunately, but oh well, it's in game, might as well just hook her. Ah, Claude was behind that one. Just missed her. Oh, sad. Should I hit her? Okay. Hello? Was that an attempt at like a bite the bullet play? I did give her a little haircut. I meant to smack her with my hacksaw. I don't think there were any, no hat droppings. Oh, the leaf is over here? Where the fuck is it? Oh. Like, I blinked away right when the like chase music started. Gotcha. Got her. Ooh. R.I.P. Miss Thalita. I would totally give you Hatch, but it's such a pain in the ass to find on Red Forest that I'm not about to do that. Like, Red Forest and Swamp are the two maps that I'm like least likely to give Hatch on, just because it's a pain in the ass to look for them. Right? Like, I'm at least running Agi, so like it's like less annoying to like try and find Hatch while carrying a survivor, but it is still annoying. shall we play now? Since I did all my dailies. Nah, so I literally just said it, but like Red Forest and Swamp are my like least likely maps to give people hatch just because they're a pain in the ass to find the hatch. Like I literally said as I went to hook you, I was just like, I'd give you hatch, but I don't want to look for it. Well, you are a better person than I am then. No, like I swear, a few patches ago, they made hatch like harder to find. Like they like lowered the like radius of the like sound or whatever. Like I feel like you don't hear it until you're like right on top of it sometimes. Mm-hmm. Like I feel like it didn't used to be that hard to find, and then like one day, it's just like impossible to find unless you're within like 5 steps of it. Hello, Magnus Falcon. Could you please ready up, babe? Trying to play games, not sit in the lobby. Right? Like that was so painful. Like at one point I was just like, bro, just hook him. Like he could have finished another game by the time you found hatch. Let me check. I don't think there's been any like anniversary announcement shit. Even though we're fucking waiting behavior. Yeah, GG's. Good luck in your next ones and stuff. Nah, there's just a tweet about Golden Week. And then a tweet about what the shrine is for this week. Nothing about the anniversary yet. Double no miters? Interesting. Alright, shot's feeling alright at least. Interesting. I love the lullaby, man. Honestly, #1 reason I play Huntress. Oh, nice, bro. That was less nice. Like, I'm really mad at like long range shots and super like close range shots. Like if they're in that like sweet spot of not too close and not too far, more often than not I can hit it. But it be rough out here sometimes. They're destroying that gen. fine. Noise notification over here? Question mark? I see someone on that journey. Can't tell. That's still caressing. Are they healing away? I guess they wouldn't need to. I mean, it's Ace's home either. Where they at though? Oh, I'm out of hatchets. Oopsie. Forgot to reload. Where'd Ace go? Thing up here. Basement for you, Fengus. I mean, I assume she went up there to heal because of boil over, but I don't know why she then hopped down. I won't walk, please. The level on which I run into stuff is probably a problem. Megan? Gens before friends, huh? Bold decisions. I guess what's over here, Sar. Hello. Who's still down here? Are we all down here? Hello? What are we doing? Apparently they were having a basement party without me. And Fengus did not go very far. It didn't even go for the save. Oh, Fengus. Like she knew I saw her go down there, right? Like she had scratch marks and shit. Like, oh, I love when games become just a whole disaster, man. Yeah, no Mither on Meg. And no Mither on Ace, for whatever reason. Like, especially with, like, the dead hard nerf, like, I feel like no mither is just not even worth, like, attempting to use. Unless you're going for a Death David. Toshi Reloaded. I mean, yeah, I can only assume they were memeing. Well, they're keeping secrets from me, which is rude and uncalled for. Little smudgy spot on my glasses.
They're always there. Watching, listening, waiting. Here. Nobody knows why they're here, but we have to.
Get some food, I guess. Oh, my quad on my headphones was a little fucked up. Ah, if only she went that way. Somebody definitely went down to basement. I heard Bill like drop. If I hold, they'll just be magnetized to my hatchet. Ladies, quit touching my shit. I went that way. Not sure where Megath went. I'm sure this shit's about to pop too. I really need to reload, but I also need to get back to this gen. Okay, cool. They didn't hop back on that. Well, those will regress a bit, I guess. Some sun chips. Cool, cool, cool. I'm getting my ass handed to me, which is fair. It's cold wind. It happens. Oh, I can probably thread the needle there. I'm out of hatchet does. These guys are very good at just like disappearing. That's still aggressing. Cool, cool. Someone did go back here though. I ran all the way. Like they abandon areas so quickly, bro. I'm like not used to it. Like I show up, throw one hatchet, and they like teleport to the other side of the map. Bill, how the fuck are you over here? Pressing. This has been touched. Oh, I just missed her. These guys just hard W key, man. Doesn't help that Corn Vision is so cucking me right now. Cold wind, man. Sometimes the map just hates you. Dear William. Opening the chest in here. Can't hear you, that's for sure. It would be nice if that was a little sort of loop-de-loop. That is out. Hey. What's going on, ladies? Sad. Live on Mega? Question? Oh, could I drop down the hole, please? In my locker? On that door. Too high still? One sec, Claire. I'm out of hatchets again. Such sneaky little snakes, man. They just keep hiding, bro. I don't think that's quite 99, but it is obviously close. Deliverance, Spine Chill, Live. Fun perks, fun perks, fun perks. My hand's a little bit. My like bones need a little waxy. Excuse you, Dan and Del Rey. Ready the fuck up. Right. Ormond or Crotus Prin and Hatch in main building. Nice. Oh, my chair's stuck. Listen, my floor is shit. Wait, game, I need you to hold on. I'm opening some milk duds. Someone was in one of my walkers. Oh, was it you? It was. Nice. Why not? Like, honestly, you would think that I wouldn't like milk duds all that much since, you know, I'm not a big caramel fan. But I actually do quite like them. I did that one hand. Okay, getting more milk duds. Be impressed. But it'll be a little rough on the old teeth though. I need to reload. I think the other one was in Maine. Hey, pal. I actually want you. I'll slug it at you for a bit of extra pressure since you're here. I think that was Megan? You're one of the ones I want. Hi? Not sure what the goal was, but... Go up. I hit my mic. I tried to use like my mouse hand to like grab a drink because, you know, I'm walking here, but, I, like, slammed my knuckles into my, like, boom arm. I seen the bitch. Ah, imagine they went that way. I missed. These guys all like simultaneously said like, nah, I'm doing a fucking gen, bro. They're there obviously, but I ain't got the time to be waiting for them to pop their little heads out. My like neck muscle just started throwing a fit for some reason. Why are you always here, bro? Like, guy is just constantly up my ass. No, could you leave? Could you get away from me, sir? Honestly. Hello? I didn't even see her drop that. And then she just disappeared. Gone with the wind. Right there. Ah, they're both here. That's what it is. Oh, they're all here, apparently. Like fucking cockroaches, bro. They just keep popping out of the woodwork. Hello. I thought she might have quick and quieted into the locker, but I was very confused as to why the fuck she would do that. Oh, when did she? I don't think I hooked her twice, did I? Now the issue is, these two are obviously here fucking around with this gen, but Ash is not, which means he's on a different one. And that is a problem. Guess I never hooked that clawed once, somehow. That one was the superior Claudette, obviously. She's much better at being immersed. Yeah, this is the door they went to. Get your ass back here, Chet. I would have assumed they're healing under hook, but maybe not, because Claude, I feel like, should have been healed by now if they were doing that. This is 99 too. Claude opened, I assume this door? Yeah, she opened that door. As if she's going for the save, why would... Like, what if I had Blood Warden, babe? No, that door's not open. So she opened this door. I swear I looked at it and it wasn't open, but okay. Hatchets. Honestly, I guess my vote would be for you to just leave. I mean... Oh, I heard her. Yeah. Babe. This is why you just leave, guys. Like, I mean, yeah, props to you. You wanted to save your teammate and stuff, but like, now you're dead. Still trying to eat through this mountain of Easter candy. I really do just get lucky. Like, I don't think I'm all that good at anyone. Right? Like, that's what I was saying, like, earlier about when the Claude opened. Right as I, like, just before I hooked the mag. I was just like, babe, why would you do that? Like, If you're gonna open while I'm actively hooking someone, leave. Like, you're risking Blood Warden so much right now. Stealthy Bussy. Respectable name. I mean, yeah. Do you think Louv Haley and Louv Ja are duoed? Blurgle. Still here? Someone's there. Oh, I hate that thing. Well, wake up. You're at work. Okay, there is a gen over there. I was like, is there a gen there, or do we have a Pebble in play? Okay, this is being worked on. I mean, I told you, fam, just pop off on Twitch real quick and you're fine. Okay, I thought there was a hook right here. hello, lady. Oh, Claude, you have a crow, babe. I hate to break it to you, but like you got one of them crows. It's like a disease or something, babe. She's also very much a W gear.
Whoa!
I got your shoelaces. Of when there's a hook right behind you, right? Like, I know this is here, bro. I hit the hay bale. I'm so sad about it, bro. Once again, whoever told people that you just don't drop the pallet. Wow, my guy is certainly making up for the chase he had earlier. The fucking pile of bullshit. I'm so sad about it. I missed him? Hello? That went right through his fucking... I fucking gave his pants some new rips. What do you mean that didn't hit him, game? Dead hard, nice. Am I slowing down, sir? I need more hatchets. Oh, hi, Sheva. The fuck? That was so late, bro. I really thought I was far enough away. Evidently, I was not. Oh, I don't have basement here. Sag, bro. I almost never see basement in. Where's basement? Okay, yeah. I was about to say, Borga doesn't really have a shack, does it? But no, it does. Yeah, hey pals. I got my ass handed to me, but that's fine. 'Cause I have cats. Hello? Do the thing, please. Leon, we need to have a discussion about your name, my guy. If you can't see, fam, the Leon's name is male pregnancy? And, I'm looking at his profile. His profile says men used to go to war and now they give birth. Like, listen, I'm not one to kink shame, but it's interesting to say the least. At least I assume it's a kink because it's not actually a thing. I mean, yeah, listen, like, you do you. You know, be your best self and all that shit. And if for you it includes that, more power to you. But I am still gonna laugh about it just a little bit. Hello, Leon. Once again, would love to have a chat with you about whatever's going on here. My guy's gone. Hello? What? Oh, we went this way. I need to reload though, bro. I wish you'd have stuck to the loop. He just gone. Ah, they're doing that thing where they do the gens. It's really disrespectful, honestly. Angus, not to be dramatic or anything, but you're kind of asking me to tunnel you with this whole just doing gens and not healing. I just heard Deletus get out of a locker as well. Well, no, even if he like slow vaulted it, he still would have screamed. So wasn't that? Was like a late live. You see that? It like took a second to activate for whatever reason. Oh, I'm out of hatchets. Sag. Out of my face, bro. beamer, is that chill? Gotta be Fengus. I didn't hear any groans of pain. Where did you find a beamer, babe?
Whoa!
This is here. Same palette, bro. Same issue. Alright. Jillian was in here. Got her ass. Hell yeah. How did figuring go? She's over here. Come back here, Fingers. What am I chasing? Hopefully it's Fang. No, it's Jill. Sucks a bit for you, babe, because I don't really feel like trying to figure out what Fang is. So, apologies for the wee bit of the tunnel wunnel, but sucks to suck, I guess. Fang went into hibernation, and I ain't about to dig her up. No. No Hatchetha offerings. But it's over here. Hell yeah. Alright, adrenaline on Fang. These doors are fairly patrollable, so good luck to her. I like hit her like late. Oh, this will let her over more. Hi, Fang. Well, see, game. The whole point of me going around the pallet was that I had no intention of actually breaking the pallet. GG's.
Whoa!
Nice, nice, nice. I don't want to be on caps lock game. Blast mine, that's fun. Unfortunately for Jillian, I don't tend to kick gens. At least not on Huntress. Take my blood points, game. I like things in return, please. Mandy loves Myers. Sorry, babe. I'm playing Huntress. My apologies, Mandy. Like, I'm trying to eat through this, like, mountain of candy that Mom got us for Easter, but, I'm also not trying to, like, crunch for the camera, you know? Or the mic. So I keep, like, taking a bite and then, like, moving the mic away and then moving it back. I just really want to know who the anniversary killer is. Like, I just really want to know. I want to know if they're fun. Like, I don't particularly care if they're, like, strong or whatnot. But, like, I just want them to be fun. I need a main. I'm just out here, mainless in this world, not knowing who to play. I'm really hoping that the anniversary killer will be the main that I've been looking for. Alright, some Swampatha action. I should really probably at least run lethal. Just to like speed things up a bit, but also like I don't really want perks on Huntress. It's
Ah! Ah!
maybe. The solid maybe on that shot. Rory. Nice duck. Sweet, there's a hook on the duck. I am sort of feeling like this is my last game. I'm starting to get a little tired, and I have a video to edit.
No!
behind her. Oh, is Lori gonna go second? Y'all better save her. She might. She did. Sucks for her, I guess.
Ah!
I gotta remember Lori's death hook then. Someone's over there throwing a fit. It's actually very distracting. Yo, fam, I'm just trying to hit hatchets over here. Could you stop throwing a fit?
Ah! 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 Ah!
I use Lori that one for the save.
Ah!
I don't like really want her. Ada, hello.
Ah!
I'd actually really like to get David, but he's being,
Ah!
I don't know, an asshole, hiding, immersed. I don't know what adjective you want to use, but he's being mad.
Ah! Ah!
Thank you for that, Ada. My nose is itchy. They sort of 3-gen themselves a wee bit.
Ah!
And by a wee bit, I mean a lot bit, actually. Especially because I can just kind of hang out here and throw hatches.
Ah!
Progress. So I'll kick this. Don't really want to give them an inch. They certainly haven't given my ass one. David, you're who I was looking for, actually. Thank you, man. We'll come up here. Okay, or not. Someone touch this. Get back here, Worry. This is actually kind of a walk to get to this hook. I don't know that I make it, honestly. Okay, I do. Cool. Okay. Unfortunately, don't have basement here, so it's gonna be a bit of a stretch getting her on this hook. I'm not sure what Ada's doing. I haven't seen her since I last hooked her. She went for the save. Thanks for sticking around, babe. I'm gonna hook her over here, because if I catch David on the ship and I don't have that hook there, I'm not hooking him. he did leave the ship. He's healed. Heard it open. Is it under? Escape this fucking maze. These doors are a pain in the ass. So, he can leave. Like, I'm gonna at least attempt to watch him, but damn, is it a pain in the ass. Like, my guy, my slow ass can't patrol these doors. Like, just open one. There he is. Swap over to this scene because we are finito. Because I got a video to edit. So I will be back tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern. Should be on YouTube unless I decide to do it on Twitch, in which case, like, you know, I will tweet with whatever the right link for wherever I'm streaming for the day is. I think that's about it. Oh, bye bye. Have fun at work, fam.